Da 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 da. Okay. We've got to make sure that we're running with audio. Right. I think I might buzz a little bit. Right. Okay. Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Oh, I've not got I've not got the... Still got the back for the testing of your audio. Anyway, Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Finale. Honestly, I'm so very excited for this. I've got my save ready. Should be just an investigation and a single trial left. I want to just get right into it, I say. So let's do this. Using the King Guard's teleportation network, you arrive in Wrath Hollow. Due to Celeste's insistence, you're escorted by a division of the Knight of the King's Guard. They definitely make you look out of place. As you walk through the city, you draw strange looks from nearly everyone who sees you. Sir, where will we be heading first? Oh, it's a little strange giving orders tonight. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. What's wrong? There's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing, but what? Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah, I'll try to pace myself. On the note, actually, there is a lot. Like, this is very much... If you're only joining us for the first... For this is a first Tyrion Cuthbert stream, you have picked a bad place to jump in. As this is the finale. I believe this to be the finale, and I probably won't be going over what happened last time. Because this is very much spanning the whole game. This is where we'll be unleashing all of our spoilery shit. The big cry at the end, probably. Yeah, I'll try to post myself. Anyways, we should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. That might help me finally put things together. Each of the nobles has returned to their respective homes. But our teleportation networks should help you travel around Wyvern. Oh, that's the assistance one. Okay. Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. Fregamada. Fregamada? You arrive at Fregamada hoping to speak with Leif and Miriam. After some asking around, one of the servants mentions that they appear to be entertaining guests in the study. You normally wouldn't interrupt them, but you've already eaten up a lot of time travelling here. Whatever they're discussing can wait. Ah, Draco! We love Draco! Ah! As you enter the study, Tracker runs up to you and begins barking. But once he sees who you are, he calms down. Oh, hello friends. Sorry for balks. Tracker thought he smelled something bad. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. You scan the room and see that Miriam is there too. And they appear to be speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, Leif. No, it's no problem at all. Her emotions imply that she already knows why you're here. I'll skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened? Of course, I'll do anything to help Lady Steelwind's situation. Should I leave? No, you were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi. Leif, I'm sure you know why I'm here. But I just want to preface this by saying that I highly doubt you were behind this. No, I perfectly understand. Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. What are you talking about? It was clearly that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why didn't you go to interrogate him? Make no mistake, we fully intend to. But I'd like to cover everyone else before I confront him. Let him be, Miriam. But it's his fault that Beatrice is... Our sister knew what she was getting in... what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened. What? Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times that he's acting in good faith. And he's capable of convicting the criminals that even we can't see. You mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen? It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Gale Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then, and Maranath has gone missing. What? It must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, we all realised why she was acting so strangely. Right, if it weren't for her, I would never consider trying to use a divine edict. She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, Commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help you, please ask. I appreciate your trust, all of you. But I have to ask, where were you all between 2 PM and 3 PM that day? Luckily, we were all together. Me, Leif, Miriam, and Beatrice, and her friend were all in the garden before 2 PM. But at around 2 PM, my sister and Miss Ilmater both went missing. I can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister. Hush now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, there was hardly anything Miss Ilmater could do to stop it. I mean, her name is Eris. She's almost certainly the Empress of Discord. Eris is the Greek god of what do you call it? Discord. So yeah. I've had my suspicions about her since I saw her name. I really do hope she's okay. She's been missing since the massacre. You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything? No, we were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds. But when we arrived at the nave, we found Asta trapped in a forced cage. Did any of you lose track of each other during that time? No, we stayed together for the entire time. But we did consider splitting up to cover more ground. But the King's Guard found us and asked us to stay where we were. Right, I suppose that makes sense. And did you see Eris at all when this happened? No, we never saw her. Leif's testimony, handy enough. She went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. That's really suspicious. You don't think... It's definitely possible that she was involved in this somehow. Not to mention the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter. She's his what? You didn't know? I'd have thought that Beatrice would have told you. No, she didn't mention that at all. Looks like Eris has a lot to answer for. If you could even find her, that is. Contracts with the demon. I suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with a demon lately? dare you? This arrogant little peasant. No, I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand, but the very idea is infuriating. Of everyone present, our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been us. You didn't catch any incriminating thoughts from them through the eye, but you've been misled by it before. Nevertheless, we still have no idea who the patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you during the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who the patron is? No, to manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made it with that contract with. I understand that, but why not just brute force it? What? Due to the king's funeral, the king's guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. That must mean that they made a blood contract with her, yes? That's right. I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears. Wait, is that safe? There's only one way to find out. You take out your notes and begin looking at your list of suspects. You might be a while, so you might as well go in alphabetical order. You clear your throat in preparation. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide, release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aston to Wyvernguard. What's wrong? You collapse to the ground in pain as you suddenly find yourself overcome in immense pain. What? What's happened? You can do him. Lazarek, use your magic to heal him. Right. Oh, you silly, silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't just go around declaring lies like that. What? I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started to have my fun yet. Who are you? Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. I guess my hands are tied. I'll save you just this once. Tyrion! Tyrion, please wake up. Celeste! You're okay? You most certainly don't feel okay. You can feel every part of your body aching. It's painful for you to even sit up like this. Are you all great, friend? Yeah. What happened? You died. What? I've never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell too. You have no idea how lucky you are. If I wasn't here, who knows what might have happened. I don't understand. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict. Wait, was that the cause? But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Why did the divine edict harm you? Tyrion. Patron does not have a blood contract with... Where is it? Asta. The Empress of Discord. No. Okay, which means you try to manifest the blood contract between the Empress. There's protection from. Oh. Oh, it's Asta. It might be because Asta doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for angels as well. The divine edict must be some sort of divine power. So asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie. Sorry, it's my fault for suggesting it. No, I was being reckless. Please be more careful. I don't think my heart can take this. Well, at least we know Asta didn't do this. That was the most obvious one. Either way, you should still make note of this. No blood contract. Asta the Wyvern God has no blood contract with the Empress of Discord. Obviously. Anyways, it's clear that I can't just brute force this. I'll have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity. Just please be careful. Anyways, it looks like you found everything you can here. Perhaps you should move. That's the move. Robbed. Okay, so Grand Cathedral time. You arrive back at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. You probably won't need to investigate the crime scenes again, but you wonder if Asta or Lucio might be here. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. As you enter, you're approached by Asta, Alaric, and Lucio. How is your investigation? Are you okay? You look quite pale. Yeah, there was a bit of an accident earlier. You're a little too embarrassed to admit that you almost ended up dying. Well, try to exude more. What does that word even mean? I can't. Well, I know what it means. I just, like, how the hell would you pronounce it? Huh. This is what I love about visual novels. I learn words. Well, try to exude more caution next time. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand. Why is everything you say so aggressive? Anyways, you finally have your next suspect here. But by judging from the evidence you've gathered, it's very unlikely that Aster is the patron. You do wonder if he saw something, though. Lucio Steelwood. Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert? Oh, sorry. After he attacked you in Franken Manor, you've always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might very well have killed you that day. I'm not going to attack you again. Yeah. Get Celeste. I hope you understand my uneasiness. You did almost kill me the first time we met. What? That's not... It's because you're Heaven's born. What? Heaven's born. What does me being a Heaven's born have to do with this? It's difficult to explain to someone like you. But warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. He's 76, almost as old as the judge. Not this judge, not the dragon judge. That's gonna have to be explained, jeez. But warriors such as I must hone us and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Until I met you and Beatrice Frege's familiar, I thought those stories were complete nonsense. Me and Marineth? As a Heavensborn, your blood said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I believe in the existence of other planes, but I admit I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't feel quite human. So that's why you attacked me. I was exuding a threatening aura. It was actually the opposite. You were too calming and benign. I thought it must be some kind of trick or illusion. I see, that's quite an astounding ability. What about you, McCoy? What? Did you not sense a similar aura when you first met him? Is that true? Well... Wow, there's a really big carriage outside. I wonder who it belongs to. Oh, there's someone inside the inn too. Is that guy visiting my dad? Now that I get a good look at him, he's kind of cute. Yeah. Was kind of similar? For some reason, you feel a little, embarrassed. Aww. Yo, I kind of want to present the, By the way, I attempted to issue a divine edict against you. What? Why? My plan was to issue an edict to everyone I could think of, but apparently issuing them recklessly could have dire consequences. At the very least, we know you aren't the patron. You would have had a blood contract with the Empress of Discord otherwise. Well, I suppose I'm happy I'm not a suspect anymore. Asta, I'm sure you know why I'm here. Because I'm one of your suspects, isn't it? Your Majesty, you are the reigning king of Wyvern Guard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity. I mean, I just told you that you're not, but okay. Of course. My apologies, Lord Steelman. Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? A lot of evidence works in your favor. He doesn't have a blood contract with the Emperors after all. Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence nonetheless. The Force Cage. Lucio, you made any headway in figuring out who set the trap for Asta? No, I haven't. It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body. Yes, I can't begin to apologize for my men's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, we could have avoided the whole tragedy entirely. So your men were guarding the late king's coffin? Yes, there wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded. We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the Force Cage. Although we're still not sure about who could have set that trap. There are also members of the King's Guard that can cast both Force Cage and Glyph of Contingency. And many of them fell comatose during the massacre. So we don't even know if one of them betrayed us. Do you think that my men are that weak? I think anyone can be made weak when put through enough stress. Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. This means we have no way of telling when that glyph of contingency was set. I was actually meaning to ask about that. Could we wait for the 48 hours to elapse? If we make note of the exact time of the traces of evocation, disappear, we can work backwards to discern the exact time the trap was set. Well, normally we could. When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a firebolt to try and destroy it. Of course, I didn't even put a dent in the Force Cage. Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the glyph of contingency. We can't discern which traces were left by the patron's glyph of contingency or his Majesty's firebolt. I'm terribly sorry about that. You can't blame him for reacting like that. But it's going to make figuring out who did this that much more difficult. Have either of you spoken to Arya since the trial? We have. I think she's doing the best she can, all things considered. No thanks to you. What? She's only in this situation because of you. Lucio, that's not... Me, you're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her. She's far too weak for this. If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person that she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her, and she instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her. But you know nothing about her. And she's just far stronger than you realize. Despite her lineage, she always carved her own path and pursued her own justice. Her own path? She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty. What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside. And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? She wanted to fix our justice system. She could have easily have done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Timora. And she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. I know why she became a prosecutor. She thought that if she became like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her. You're wrong, Lucio. Arya Steelwood would never care that much about me. Are you seriously that dense? When you were still engaged to Lady Freyga, you flaunted your relationship in front of my daughter with no regard for her feelings. I remember each and every time I heard her silently crying in her quarters because of how oblivious you are. She changed every part of herself in order to please you. Is he getting angry on her behalf? I had no idea. My daughter is far stronger than any of us. She's weak when it comes to you. Lucio, there's no point fighting amongst ourselves. So please stay focused on the investigation. It seems that he cares for Arya far more than you realized. And the eye shows that his feelings are genuine. But then why is he doing everything he can to convict her? The mood is a little tense. I must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going to such lengths for my daughter? What do you mean? Surely you grasp the gravity of the situation. By taking part in this trial, you risk drawing the ire of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning? Lucio, I'm not planning anything. Please. Do you honestly expect me to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? Well, Scaled Lord, you actually are doing it for that reason. Is this what all heavens born are like? I don't like thinking about it that way. I just can't stand by while I see injustice taking place. Even if you're standing in my way, I'll do whatever it takes to save Arya. I wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely. I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Anyways, it appears you still have no idea who set that trap for Asta. Judging from the spell compendiums, you have the Arya nor Beatrice could have set the trap. But the patron could also be a mage. That means they could have set that trap too. Either way, it looks like you won't get any new information here, and you highly doubt the person who orchestrated this is any of the people you've met thus far. There's one last person who you need to talk to. Rathlone, back alley. You make your way to the alleyway that Tymora brought you to a month ago. It would be too conspicuous to bring the Kingsguard with you, so they've hidden themselves in a building nearby. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold and channel her magic into. If she ever stops focusing her magic into it, the Kingsguard will be notified, and they'll storm the building. Are you ready? Yeah. Let's do this. The Eye Taker is your prime suspect. Everyone else has an alibi and lacks a motive. Not to mention Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. You don't want to suspect her, but her father is a criminal. And she still hasn't turned up since the massacre. Alright, on 3. 1, 2, 3. What? There's no one here. Damn it. Of course he's not here. You betrayed him, and you knew where his hideout was. You take a close look at his desk, and he was sitting at... He was... You take a close look at the desk he was sitting in during your private previous visit. There's a thick layer of dust on it. Doesn't look like anyone's been here for a long time. That music. I love it. He must have moved his operation elsewhere the day you convicted Beatrice. I guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore. You see Celeste toss the Kingsguard ruin onto the ground. A few seconds later, the falls of soldiers rushing towards your location. Freeze in the name of Wyvern. You see him freeze as he scans the room and sees no one else there. Be careful, sir. They may have turned themselves invisible. They're not here, you idiot. Oh. You let out a frustrated sigh as you take a seat on a chair nearby. A cloud of dust is launched into the air as soon as you do. He had the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means nor the motive to do this. But he's probably long gone by now. It's over. I'm sorry. But you did everything you could, didn't you? But it wasn't good enough. Part of you knew it was a long shot. But if he were involved, did this, he'd definitely keep his head down. What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. Wait a minute. Actually, there is one person who might know where he is. What do you... Wait, you don't mean... At this point, it's the only option we have. Are you sure? You two aren't exactly... I know, but I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. You're not looking forward to seeing her again. At least that's what you keep telling yourself. Look, you'll have to process these feelings later. You have a job to do. Tymora Law Offices. You arrive at the office of Tymora's law firm. According to Arya, Tymora is still practicing. So it looks like she hasn't gone into hiding like I apparently did. And if anyone knows where he currently is, she will. You bring your hand up to knock on the door, but you stop for a moment. Sir? After everything that's happened, you still don't feel ready to face her. For the past month, all those things you said to her keep replaying in your mind. You feel the familiar warmth of Celeste's hand again. You take a deep breath and steel your resolve. You knock at the door. Every moment of silence thereafter fills you with anxiety and dread. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm not currently accepting clients at... Cuthbert! She looks completely frozen for a while, but her gaze narrows as she notices the legion of knights escorting you. Are you here to arrest me? No, of course not. Ugh. Can we come in? Yes, of course. Yeah. You take a seat inside the office, but you can't really think of anything to say. And the knights really aren't helping to alleviate the tension. Hey Celeste, could you take the knights outside and do a perimeter of the building? What? But Are you sure? I am. But what if something happens? Celeste, we're in a populated city building in the capital city of Wyvern Guard. I think I'll be fine. No, but... Sorry, you're right. I'll just... With a motion of her hands, the knights follow her out of the office. Right before she leaves, she waits at the door and looks at you for a while. But after a while, she realizes how long she's been staring and quickly closes the door. Now then, let's get this over with. Small talk. Is Celeste okay? She seems a bit on edge right now. Yeah, I think she's just been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her. I did almost die like a few times the last few days. What? It's a long story. I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it. Especially not with you. That last part came out with a little more disdain than you intended. You take a deep breath. I received your letters. Oh, did you? I haven't got a chance to read them yet. Of course. You're not busy. Whenever you're not busy. This is really awkward. But you were going to have this conversation sooner or later. Perhaps it would be best if you just be direct. Miss Tybora, I trusted you. No. I trusted you. I told you everything about myself. I put all of my hopes into you. And you lied to me. You told a criminal about the Eye of Horus. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about it. And you knew that. Why did you even adopt me? You could have left me in Aranax and moved on with your life. Why would you pull me into this? It sounds like she's trying to look for an answer, but nothing comes to her. I've started thinking about my life, about what my life could have been like. I could have done so many things
I might have been able to move on from losing my mother. You adopted me. You made my entire life focused around one moment. I had a son once. Before you, I mean. What? I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's. My son and I used to run around an old tea shop, just the two of us. Wait, you ran a tea shop? I know it's ridiculous now that I think about it, but I was really happy back then. What happened? One night, a local nobleman had too much to drink at the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept that entire case under the rug, obviously. They said that the nobleman felt threatened and acted in self-defense. She never told you about this before. What was his name? His name was Ryan. A bit like Tyrion. Oh. What did you do after Ryan died? I thought long and hard about what I wanted to do. I was hurt, blinded by rage. So I decided that I would take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't? No. Not at the time. I thought killing him would be easy. I broke into his manor and found every incriminating document I could find. Found everything from records of illegitimate children to lots he was making against other noble houses. I released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized that there was a way to make them pay. You didn't have to harm or kill anyone. You could just beat them at their own game. You could use the rules and laws they made up against them. Just like an attorney. Yeah. Just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book there was about Wyvern laws, and I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients who were clearly being framed by the nobility. But I really didn't care about saving them. I just wanted to see the look on each noble's face when I implicated them with irrefutable evidence. But it got more difficult. As I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. I continued to acquit my clients, but the trials got closer and closer each time. But I was arrogant and I felt invincible. I thought that no matter what happened, justice would prevail. But then your mother's case happened. I never met someone that remarkable before. She had this way to make you feel happy no matter what kind of mood you were in. Yeah, I remember. But I failed her, and I failed you. Miss Timora, I never once blamed you for what happened. I know, but that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't quit her. She was executed because I didn't do enough. When you asked me to train you to be an attorney, I was blinded by my desperation. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. So how pathetic must I have been that I'd look for that in a grieving 10-year-old child. When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt, broken person who wanted revenge over the nobility. But I was too self-centered to realize that you were nothing like me. You care about people, and you cared more about saving your clients than harming the nobility. I think I knew all along, but I just refused to see it. Maybe you were right about me. What? Maybe I was just using you to make myself feel better. I took you from your home and forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. Maybe I never cared. If I did care about you, I would have never pulled you into a life like this. I'm sorry, and I can't begin to apologize for doing that. The eye shows that her feelings are genuine. Does that even matter at this point? I've been thinking long and hard about this. I want to forgive you, Miss Timora, but I don't know if I can. I don't blame you. But I want to try. She looks away from you as she wipes a single tear. Miss Timora. No, don't call me that. What? If you could truly find it in your heart to forgive me, I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior, not your mentor anymore. Nor your mentor. We're equals now. So call me by my first name. Okay. Ruby. Saying it feels strange after all these years. But you hope you can get used to it. The eye taker. Right, I almost forgot the entire reason why I came here. What is it? I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something. Okay. I need you to help me speak to the eye taker. Tyrion. I know, considering the circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more. Tyrion. But if you just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure that it doesn't get traced back to you. Tyrion, the Eye Taker is dead. What? He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians. What? Everyone's saying that it was some sort of retaliation from House Frege. Did you notice that he didn't send anyone after you? Eris said, wait a minute. By the way, is your father still... if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. Why would Eris say that, then? Who's Eris? You've met her before? She's long black hair, she wears a black dress. Guess she really likes black. But anyways, she's the Eye Taker's daughter. Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair. What? She was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial. That's right. What are you talking about? She was never at that meeting. What? What is going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for her intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. Why are you remembering things different? I'm sorry, Lucia. But whoever this patron is, have full ownership of her mind. They could easily have commanded her to forget signing the contract in the first place. That's probably why she can't remember what happened during the massacre. Huh. No. Tyrion, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Part of you really hopes that you're wrong about this. Ruby signed a blood contract. That's the only explanation you could think of, but why? Her memories seem intact, except for her memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, you've highly suspected that she was involved in this. Not only that, not only was she at the scene of the crime, she went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. But you never thought to ask anyone. Who is Eris? Esmeralda is... No. Dished. Yep. A flood of memories come back to you. Warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense enemies and anticipate danger. I heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. I thought those stories were complete hogwash until I met you and Beatrice's familiar. Tyrion, I thought 4 literal monsters have barely escaped with my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of these things even come close. I get this feeling. It's like I'm in front of a predator that I couldn't ever hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by. I'm terribly sorry. It's not usually like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me. There's still very little you know about demons. So what's to say that one can't take the appearance of a human? But it's still a long shot. There is one way to find out for sure. Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong? Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall unconscious, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Celiopus or the Archduke. What? If you're wrong about this, there's no way either of them will get here in time. It's already late. The trial resumes tomorrow. You can't waste any more time traveling to either of their locations. Eris Ilmater, wherever you are, wherever or whatever you are, by the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guard and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tymora. So you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion. This entire time I've been chasing you. You have. It's been so entertaining to watch. Watching you scramble around. Oh, there is that occupation. Empress of Discord. You've been making contracts with the people across Wyverngard. You took control of Arya and Beatrice. Why? Why would you want to do any of this? Oh, I can't possibly reveal all my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle. But I suppose that you've come this far. So how about I give you a little gift? Upon signing this contract, Ruby Tymora grants the Empress access to her memories at any time the Empress may view any and all of Tymora's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantly change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. Signed by Ruby Tymora's name. What was that? Ruby, Eris Ilmater is a demon. She's not just any demon. She's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her. What? Tyrion,
I swear on my life, I don't know anything about this. I know. She probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya. Arya? What does that prosecutor have to do with this? Come on, you two. What? I know things are tense, but there's no need to... What are you holding? Is that a blood contract? Celeste, Eris is the Empress of Discord. What? It was her the entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract with her. And she's probably controlled her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre. What? Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time. But how could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Baranath. I know how unbelievable it is, but I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon. Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that. We'll need to contact the Grand General immediately. Oh, but if she's really a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It's already been a day. Someone like her, that would be more than enough time to skip town. We'll need to speak with the Archduke about this. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know. Yeah, of course. Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We'll need to discuss our next course of action. Right. You're about to leave Ruby's office when she stops you. Tyrion. Have you been using the Eye of Horus lately? Yeah? I can't say much about what I'm doing right now. But I am in the middle of a case. It's just that... What's wrong? Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. I think I'm just my usual paranoid self. I'm not the one with the ability to read minds anyway. If you're not seeing it, it's probably nothing. Okay? I know you can't tell me anything about... I know you can't tell me about what you're doing. And I have no idea what could possibly involve the King's Guard, Steelwind, and the Empress of Discord. But just stay safe, okay? You're the only family I have left. I will. I promise. Thank you. You've finally found the lead you're looking for. But you're not sure where this will take you. Knowing what you know now, you're almost a little afraid of what might happen next. Who is Eris? Why would she go to the trouble of orchestrating any of this? She's not only impersonated the Eye Taker's daughter, but she's also pretended to be your friend. What's her goals in all of this? Hopefully tomorrow
who will finally bring the answers you're looking for. Is something wrong, Commander? Don't play dumb with me. They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why would you just deliver yourself to our doorstep? Oh, Orion. I've put far too much work into this story to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends. You killed 3 people and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this some kind of game to you? That's exactly what it is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative. But I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. It's a shame about the timing of it all, though. You're goddamn insane. That took you long enough to notice. I guess the oafish Inquisition Commander does have some observational skills after all. Whatever. You just better not try anything. You know I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. I promise, I won't harm anyone. While I'm in this prison. Ugh. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions, no more talking. No more god-awful teasing when we both know who was really behind this. It's just me and you. Here we go. Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've met. You're a lot smaller than I expected. Ugh. Who is this woman? Why have they brought a civilian before the Scaled Lord? People of the court, thank you for your patience. Until now, we've known this woman as Eris Ilmater. And ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwind signed a blood contract with a demon called the Empress of Discord. We still knew very little about this demon. We have no idea who they were, or what they would even looked like. But we know the truth now. People of the Wyvern Guard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She's a demon known as the Empress of Discord. I have no idea how, but her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral posing as Beatrice Frager's guide. She then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frege to help Arya Steelwind massacre the nobility, massacre members of the nobility.
Objection!
Why are you continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell her who the patron is and be done with this. Ah, how typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all his problems with violence. Let me ask you, why are you assuming that the patron is human? What? In Arya's contract, it says the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know I'm not that individual? I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them. Humph. If what you're saying is true, that makes this a simpler matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom. Haven't you forgotten what my underling said during Frank's trial? As a demon, I can never truly lie. If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. What might happen to your daughter if you were to draw my ire? You're prosecuting her and playing the villain. But I know the truth. You secretly care about her, don't you? What nonsense are you spouting? When you thought she had mage blight, you had to prosecute her. She held onto the little hope that you could convict her and convince her to take a plea deal. As the king's wife, her position might have been salvageable. And you did this all so she could be with her beloved Asta. What? But then it was revealed she signed a blood contract with me. That changed everything. Mage blight is one thing, but a demon owning her soul. She can't very well be a queen like this now, can she? You had to find out who the patron was before her trial ended, didn't you, Lucio? Otherwise, your beloved daughter would never be free. And you did all of this because you feel bad for what you did to her. Everything I've done has been for the good of House Steelwind. Ah, is that what you were doing? Because the way I see it, you abandoned her for her entire childhood. You felt so guilty about killing her mother that you couldn't bear to face her. No, Eris, stop this. And you know what that did to her. You didn't just take her mother. You took her father, too. You starved her of any affection. She couldn't help but latch onto the first person to show her any kind of superficial kindness. Eris. She didn't fall in love with Asta, she became obsessed with him. She stopped being her own person. She clings to him like a parasite. She changed everything about herself to suit his likes and desires. You know deep down in your heart, you don't know that if he is ever, if you know that he is ever taken away from her, she will fall apart. Ugh. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have the means to confine me. And even if you know who I am, you will never be safe from my influence. What? But I suppose there's one possible way to break my contract. What? What is it? My contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. If you truly want to free your daughter from my control, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery. You little wretch, I will hunt you down until the end of... Enough! Lucia, we cannot antagonize her if we want to find out how this happened. Is she right? Is Arya's face truly doomed? There has to be something you could do. I just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble, you're probably not even a civilian of Wyvern Guards. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this? Tyrion, why are you here? What? Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try to seek justice in a clearly unjust world? I don't know, honestly. I think you do know. The answer is simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people, you fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... Feels good, doesn't it, Tyrion? You know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. Whenever you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. If you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. That superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so you just can't resist giving into it. But just as divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make you suffer. My entire purpose is to see each and every one of their faces contorted in agony and despair. Humanity is a stain on the world. They're worthless little parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are. And I despise those who try to pretend anything different. You're wrong, Eris. Humanity is so much more than you realize. And I truly pity if that's all you see in us. Oh, so now it's us? That's actually reminded me. There's something I hate even more than humanity. I despise the celestials of the upper planes who go against the natural order. They condemn and admonish beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realize that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil. So they create the heavens born to tip the balance in their favor. So self-indulgent that it makes me want to puke. That's what the heavens born are? It is. And I've made quite a hobby out of breaking them and sending them back to their creators. I throw them into the deepest pit of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's been no greater joy in my eternal life. And it took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion. Wait, are you saying... You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. All so I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion. No.
Objection!
That's enough out of you, witch. Lucia? Cuthbert, you promised me that we would save my daughter together. I'm sorry, You said those words to me with such conviction, yet here you stand, quivering like a grunt. Like a grunt in his first battle. Are a few meager doubts enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert? He's probably desperate at this point. If Eris is the patron, there's very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice's, her blood contract was short and concise. There was very little room for interpretation, so you probably can't dispute it either. But what kind of attorney would you be? No, what kind of friend would you be if you didn't see this through? Eris. We didn't call you today to wax poetic with you. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either you give us your testimony, or get out. Even now, you're still undetermined. I really do love that about you.
But I do wonder how long that will last. It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frege to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd von Sanctus, Caroline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. And before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. Your testimony is pretty thorough. Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it best. I thought it would be best if I to be as detailed as possible. That way there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion? Ugh, she's definitely playing with you. She may not have technically lied, but she's definitely not acting in good faith. You should look at her testimony more closely. I knew about the king's funeral, so I forced him to accompany her. Yeah, that makes sense. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. Through the actions of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd. My only motivation for that day was to harm Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. Before you... Ooh. Why are you using their full names? You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Frege that I enthralled. That list is very long, you know. Ignore her, Lucio. She's trying to get under your skin. Aside from Pierce, Von Sanctus, and Sybil, were key members of the Wyvern Guard nobility. What reasons could you have to kill the three of them? I didn't. What? I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate their deaths. And no, but you specifically went after them. I did. But I didn't have any reason to do so. But that doesn't make any sense.
I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like for me to add that? Like for me to add that to my testimony? What? It would help you, wouldn't you? Would it? Like, yeah, I suppose. She has got to be the most unpredictable witness you've ever cross-examined. Oh, she technically can't. Aside from my... Okay. I didn't really have to kill them. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. Noticeable that she doesn't use another steel bit. They were hardly quick and efficient. We already established that Pierce was killed due to his knowledge of Celeste's parentage. How could you possibly have no motivation to see them dead? Are you just assuming that? I'm not. That's the only logical conclusion. And that's where you made your mistake. You're assuming that I act logically. You're a bit out of your element right now. Every murder you've investigated has followed some kind of logic that you could use to make deductions. But Eris is a different beast entirely. For all you know, she could be completely insane. You might very well be seeing connections that aren't there. Press that one. Something wrong, Tyrion. I went to all of this trouble to get your attention. The least you could do is appreciate it.
Objection!
Enough! Stay on subject, witness. I'm not complaining about this, but if you really wanted to make me suffer, why wouldn't you just go after the people close to me? Oh, but that wouldn't. But what fun would that? But what fun would be? What would be the fun in that? Killing people in such an easy task is such an easy task to accomplish. Even a child can do it. There are much more effective ways to make someone suffer. I didn't follow or indirect. Why do you find the need to specify that? To leave less room for doubt. Beatrice used an indirect order to feign innocence in your previous trial, didn't she? But did you work together with anyone to facilitate the massacre? Oh, of course I did. I worked with Beatrice and Freyja, with Arya Steele. You know what I meant, Eris. My apologies. I can't help myself sometimes. I say it clearly. I say it clearly so you can be. I'll say it clearly so you can be certain.
I did not have a contract with anyone wanted to facilitate any of those murders. I was acting of my own free will. Even when she says it directly, you can't help but doubt everything she says. You need to examine her testimony carefully. She's 10. Wording of might be able to find a contradiction there. I didn't have a reason to kill them specifically. I just... Jeez, there's just so much evidence. And most of it is pictures. What if we just... Hang on. There was a third brawl that day. Sounds like. Where's the trapped king?
Objection!
Sorry, but that wasn't the correct answer. Did you notice how the music didn't stop? What? Oh, that's funny. That wasn't the contradiction. Oh, well, that's the funniest. I need to press more. So you completely carried out this plan yourself. Well, I clearly had help. Darius Steelwind, so I wasn't truly acting alone. She may not necessarily be revealing all of them. There might be a third contract, which if there is, I mean... Yes. I just can't help myself sometimes. No human willingly helped me that day. You know that she can't lie. She practice of deceiving people. How did you find out about it? It was a closely guarded secret. Tyrion, I can't tell you all of my secrets now, can I? You can't exactly threaten to charge her with perjury. It's a surprise that she's even testifying in the first place. Until you can extract all of the information she has, you'll just have to play along with her games. What a terrifying ability. Thank you for noticing. That wasn't a compliment. I find it all I find it all quite sickening how you rail people. Pray. People know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with the demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered. Please, we both know that Arya did knowingly or willingly sign that contract. Aren't you just assuming that? What? How do you know that she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me? My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris. Really? What if I threatened her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point. If that's true, tell us under what circumstances Arya signed the contract. You do it. She's just trying to get inside your head. Arya would have never signed a contract like that, even if it was to protect Asta. Though the actions of Beatrice Frege and through the actions I facilitated. Huh. Her compendium. Arya has to take liquid, right? Dang it. Was kind of hoping that I didn't have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed. Oh. Yeah, the murderer's route was...
Objection!
Eris, you said that you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. But that's not exactly what happened, did it? Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated. That's not what I'm referring to. Oh? You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't really match with what happened to Garrett Pierce, does it? Is that so? That look on her face, why does she
look so happy. Eris, unlike the murders... I had forgotten about the murderers route. Unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It would only make sense if you were trying to hide the evidence. But that clearly wasn't your intent. I agree, so why would I do that? For the love of God, woman, would you stop? Can you stop speaking in riddles? I have no love for any god aside from myself. I see no god up here other than myself. She's behaving differently than she was during her testimony. She's being vague. Is she still hiding something? Okay. Stop getting baited by her words and take a moment to think about this logically. She's very good at misdirecting you and playing it with everyone's emotions. So stick to the facts that you know for certain. In her testimony, she said the following. I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. She could have been trying to mislead you. No, considering who she is, she was definitely trying to mislead you. She said that she needed Arya to kill the victims. But that phrasing doesn't necessarily mean she required Arya to do this. Although you still don't know the circumstances that she signed the contract under. So perhaps Arya was the only mage powerful enough she could coerce into giving up control. Ugh. But either way, that doesn't really mislead you. It's hardly quickly and efficient. I didn't to kill. She used the word specifically. Could that change the entire the meaning of the entire phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill the three victims, the three specific victims. But she might have had a reason to kill in general. That seems like a stretch. No. She did say that she did all of this for you. In the craziest way possible. Bloop, bloop. Did she set all of this up so you would have a mystery to solve? Ugh, it's too difficult to read her demented mindset. It's one of the other phrases. As possible.
She said her victims instead of the victims. It's a small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. You recall Maraneth using a similar trick during Beatrice's trial, which could only mean the victims of this case aren't the same as her victims. Eris, which of the people in this case were your victims? Well, consider what happened. You could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim. Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice or Arya Steelwind? I knew it. You're hiding something, aren't you? If that's what you think, it's definitely possible. Ugh, again with the vague answers. Why would she ever even agree to testify in the first place? There's nothing any of you can threaten her with, and nothing you could do to permanently harm her. She's cuckoo crazy, guy. She could have easily gone into hiding. She never had to come here, which means she wanted to come here, but why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lloyd von Sanctus? Arya Steelwind. Who killed Caroline Sybil? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent? Out with it, demon. Who killed Garrick Pierce? I refuse to answer. She's doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she's trying to guide you to the truth. For what purpose? Who killed Garrick Pierce? No. She had no problems getting noticed. She's refusing to answer. It can't be either. An unknown person killed Garrick Pierce. That must mean... Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you? Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that. Are you serious? I grow sick of your games, demon. You knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. You can unequivocally prove the patron's identity by issuing a divine edict. But because of the risk of getting it wrong, that just leaves you right where you started. Who is this patron, Eris? Who is responsible for all of this? You want me to find out the truth? So why are you staying silent? Because it will be so much better when you discover it yourself. That means you already have the evidence you need to do so. You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you've felt a nagging feeling in the back of your mind, haven't you? What? How did you... It's right in front of you, Tyrion. You're just refusing to see it. You're refusing to see who I made a contract with that day. You made a contract with the patron on that day? Even with the eye of a god. You're still blinded by your human sentimentality. So think through it carefully. Who killed Garrick Pierce that day? Okay, think through this. Let everything else disappear from the world. And only think of the facts. If Eris wasn't the patron, that means someone else was controlling Arya's actions. But they still coordinated with Eris, who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense they brought up. What do we already know about the patron through first two murders? And they do you could still drown if she was frozen by hold creature and affected by stone skin. Patron is experienced in making deals with demons, using lethal magic. They're well versed in using magic lethally. In-depth level knowledge of high-level magic. They came up with creative ways to bypass the defense put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But things changed when they murdered Pierce. Eris implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. So did the patron kill him personally? But why? They already had control of Arya. I would imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide her own involvement. Did they become impatient because Celeste was holding her ground against Arya? No, Beatrice was already able to slip past them. That's how she was able to knock you out with a sleep spell at 2:30 p.m. Why didn't Eris use Beatrice to kill Pierce? Murder? Arya was forced. Wanted to kill Pierce personally. They wanted to kill Pierce personally. Does that mean that Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? Oh no. That might explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived. Apparently it's right there, so what aren't you seeing? Whoever did this, they murdered Von Sanctus, and those two were house leaders of the Four Pillars. In a way, they both represented corrupt parts of our kingdom's government. Von Sanctus essentially got away with murdering Justin Way, and Sybil clearly had an apathetic approach to remedying the corruption within the justice system. But the biggest clue you have is the one that Eris is indirectly gave you. For you, my dearest. Also, I could see from the truth. She wants you to discover it. At first, she's trying to make you feel guilty for what happened. But if that were true, she wouldn't still be here. There's something else that he wants you to realize. Because it would throw you into despair somehow. Oh no, it's not, is it? Let's review everything you've deduced about whoever she made a contract with. Through the way they controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to creative users of magic. Not to mention, they somehow personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract. So whoever did this must have had the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room when the attack happened. And lastly, they must have had an emotional grudge against Garrick Pierce. It's gone black. What? No, that's not. It's the most logical conclusion with what you know thus far. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? No. It can't be. That's not... Eris wanted to make you suffer, but you can't run away from this. You owe it to Arya. No, you owe it to everyone within Wyvern to see through there. You need to follow through, no matter how painful it is. Stop it. Has to be someone there. It has to be someone else. She would never. Can you think of anyone else? Who else could Eris have chosen? We have Ruby's... Who else could she have chosen that would make you feel like this? Where? Read this. Ruby Timora grants the Empress of... At any time, the Empress may... In addition to whatever she wishes. I'm going to try it. Damn it. Damn it. Ugh. Your scream of anguish echoes throughout the court, the ruins. Everyone is caught off guard and stares at you in confusion. What is this? Is everything okay, Mr. Cuthbert? Is everything okay, Mr. Cuthbert? Tyrion, are you... You can feel your eyes well up as you look at her. One look at your expression tells her everything she needs to know. There it is! You've realized it's... haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long. What are you talking about? I demand an explanation. Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered? Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. Issue your divine edict right now. You want to be wrong. You've never wanted to anything more in your entire life. Nothing would make you happier than having this edict fail, even if it were to cost you your life. But you know the truth. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Say it! Say her name so that everyone can hear it. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Celeste McCoy. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of discord shall revive him contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As a part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavours. And lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand, after Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness. Afterwards, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. I died? Tyrion, I'm sorry. What the hell is going on here? Demon, what is the meaning of this? It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been... Wait, hang on. I think I can dispute this. With the apparent death. Because it wasn't if it wasn't apparent, then maybe it doesn't count. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time. Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord? I did. It was the only thing that would save Tyrion. What? I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Aerys. They broke past me and ran into the prayer room. But the person they killed wasn't Pierce, it was you. Tyrion, you. She can't even bring herself to say it. So you realize now, Tyrion. Stop it. Celeste McCoy is the most important person in your life. She was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you. And she signed her soul to me, all so he could save you. Why the somber looks, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were? McCoy, does this mean what I think it means? Yes. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing that blood contract. What? How could you? I was so stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to... She used that contract to make you act against your will. So it wasn't just Miss Dealwind and Miss Frege who were controlled that day. You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract within the with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution to your daughter. I must execute Celeste McCoy. What? Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After what you've done for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her. Lucio, we can't act rashly. I'll let you all in on a demonic secret. It doesn't matter if you confine her within a prison. The prison will be able to take control of Arya no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my control. Do it. What? What are you saying? I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted what I did. But I kept holding on to hope that it was all some kind of trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping that you'd find something that would prove that all of this wasn't my fault. You finally found the culprit you've been looking for. It almost breaks your heart. It absolutely breaks your heart. That nagging feeling you've been experiencing is because you subconsciously refuse to believe that she would betray you like this. Actually, it still hasn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there. Are you still in denial? No, this is different. I suppose there's no reason to continue with this. What? I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert. But even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over, and I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer. You can't just... Kingsguard, restrain him. Wait, Lucio. That's enough! What kind of court is this? To everyone's surprise, Arya leaps from the platforms above and landed right on the witness stand. She forcibly pushed Iris out of the way, something that catches even her off guard. Arya! I'm so sorry, Celeste, you are innocent till you are proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on you until that is unequivocally proven. But Arya, I did this. Arya, what are you doing? How dare you, father? What? How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? If you were actually a prosecutor, I would file for your immediate disbarment. You, Mr. Cuthbert, how can you just stand there? Me? You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her and till her last breath? I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my own personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. As much as it pains me to do so, I need to approach this objectively. Tyrion. To hell with that! What? Justice may be blind, but it's not heartless. I see it in her eyes whenever she's with you, Tyrion. You mean the world to her. She's consigned her very whole to hell to protect you. If you want to abandon her, if you abandon her when she needs you most, I will never forgive you. Tyrion, Celeste, can you testify about what happened? What? But Arya is right. We need to do this properly. I agree. I will not pass judgment until we have determined exactly what happened. It's obvious he wants to be done with this as soon as possible. But even if he controls the King's Guard, the rest of the room is clearly against him. Fine. Do as you wish. But the moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary. Very well. Miss McCoy, please take to the stand. Celeste? Tyrion, can you testify about what you did that day? Yeah. The truth is, is that Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. You went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting. That commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking at their guards at 1:40 p.m. They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. Beatrice, she killed you. There was a glitch thing at the start. This is all an illusion. I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize that she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. That nagging feeling is still there. There's something off about her testimony. Begin your cross-examination, Cuthbert. Gladly. This... Truth is that Eris Celeste's testimony can't really be trusted. So it... we need more testimony. Aha!
Objection!
Nope, that's the wrong answer. Notice. I'm sorry, but I don't see it. Suppose you're right. Ah. There it is.
Objection!
Wrong tile. Celeste, according to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40 PM. You went out to investigate. That's when you saw Eris and Beatrice. Yeah, I lied all about my fight about against Arya. I never even fought her. If that's true, how do you explain that discrepancy? You can't trust your own memories, but Leif should have been affected. The thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence. Really? But I was pretty sure of the time. We were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 PM. Wait, what did you just say? Our meeting with Pierce was scheduled for 1:45 PM, right? What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? Celeste, there's something fundamentally off about your testimony. What? But I swear I'm not lying. Your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match with what we've learned thus far. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you, you saw them at 1:40 PM. But Leif, Miriam, and Asclepius didn't lose track of them until 2 PM. When did they say that? What are you talking about? You were there with me when we spoke to them. I know, I was paying really close attention. I need to show how. I need to see how close you were to finding me out. So why can't I remember? She can't remember? Cuthbert, judging by what happened, Eris Ilmater clearly doesn't need a contract to affect people's memories. It's possible she changed the memories of Leif, Freyr, and her entourage. It's not just that, Lucio. There's something else that Celeste is clearly remembering differently that contradicts a physical piece of evidence. Celeste, this is letter from Garrick Pierce told us to meet him at the prayer room at 2 p.m. What? Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely. We don't know the full extent of her capabilities. Could we really rule that out? You were unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. At this point, anything is possible. And Eris is far too unpredictable to say for sure. If Lucio is right, Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crime, and she could have manipulated the crime scene however she wished. If she had done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence you found or deduced has been logically consistent. The contradictions in what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements of the crime. What explains Celeste's contradicting memories of what happened? There's a far simpler explanation. Changed the memories of Celeste McCoy. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. She could manipulate my memory. If she could manipulate my memories, what's to say that she's not manipulating your memories right now? I guess that's possible. But why would she ever even bother doing that? She wouldn't need to do that unless she still has something to hide. Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide? Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait, if that's true, then that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know. But even if you're right, I can't remember what it really happened. She has full control over my mind. It doesn't matter, it's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories to tell more lies. If we keep pointing them out, we'll eventually arrive at the truth. Celeste? It's really obnoxious how resilient you are. What? Why can't you just give up already? Eris, is that you? What are you? Unfortunately, your little interrogation ends here. Kingsguard, what are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body. Too late, Lucio. I win. Celeste? Damn it. Eris, what did you do to her? I put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice. You... Why would you do such a thing, Beata? What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in eternal sleep? If you wanted that, you would have just done that from the beginning. You're hiding something, I know it. Damn it, we can't extract any information from her like this. She's the only person who can tell us what we need to know. Is Celeste. Well, good luck getting anything out of her like this. Ever since you discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility has been floating around in your mind. But is it even possible? No, it doesn't matter if it's possible. Eris Ilmater. What is it? What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract? Assuming that there's anything to even dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means. Lucio? What is it? Your men know where Ruby Timora's law offices is, right? They do? Where are you going with this? You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me. And she'll be able to finish this on my behalf. Wait. And tell her I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. Wait, you're not serious, are you? I am one of the eldest evils that ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct? By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute Celeste McCoy's blood contract. I'll state it plainly then. There will be no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy's contract was written without flaw. I don't care. What? Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I face her again if I didn't do the same for her? You're insane! You're just risking death more than... You're just risking death more for nothing. Why are you so nervous? Because she never died. He never died. I think that's what happened. Maybe this is pointless. But I will never stop fighting for her. Stop this! I can't help myself. I'm only human after all. Once you pass this point, you will not be able to save your game for a while. It is recommended that you make a save file now. But I think I will make it a separate save file. Okay. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits. but it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it, a little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard, but I never felt that uneasiness. Not even once. It made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. Maybe I am, and maybe I am. But the time I spent with you, it filled me with more happiness than I could ever have dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. Whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I could protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? I really don't understand. Why would you go this far for me? It's good to see you too. Ow! What was that for? You know what it's for, you jerk. I literally had to sign my soul away to hell to keep you alive. And you just threw your life away? What else was I supposed to do? Should I have let Lucio kill you? Yes, that's exactly what you should have done. It's a lot better than gambling away your life. Yeah, I was never going to go along with that. Do you even know me? Oh my god. This is why I couldn't tell you the truth. Because I knew you'd do something stupid like this. You know I always get to the truth in the end. All you did was make that process extremely frustrating. I could have gotten away with it. You can't even beat me at chess. How are you going to hide a murder from me? Oh, you... Tyrion, I killed Pierce. I know. At first I tried to justify it by saying he would die in 1 month anyways. But what's his life when compared to yours, right? But when I looked at him just lying there unconscious, I just got so angry. So I woke him up. What? I wanted him to experience a fraction of the pain that my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So I... Celeste. You hate me, don't you? This time I'm the disgusting murderer you've been looking for. So why couldn't you just let me die? Do you honestly think I care that little? What? You are, and always will be, extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you. Tyrion, So you're not getting rid of me that easily. I will always be there when you need me. And no matter where you go, we're going there together. Well, I think we might be heading to a pretty bad place. Well, I'm not one to celebrate victory prematurely. But if you're already admitting defeat, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Eris, I can't believe you brought me here. I will never hear the end of this from my father. Where are we? The courtroom of the gods. The place where truth and reality are determined. The court of Azathoth. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I could still send you back. Even now, she's trying to dissuade you. Why is she so intent on making you give up? You're nervous, aren't you? Is that so? There's a reason why you didn't want me to bring you here. And I'm going to find out what. Your persistence was endearing at first, but now it's honestly really annoying. I suppose we'll have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you. Here we go. You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is to unequivocally prove that its conditions weren't fulfilled. So says the word of Asmodeus. Asmodeus? By his word, demons are incapable of speaking lies. You're out of your element, Tyrion. This is my domain. Baby without... Nope. Okay. If disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are... If disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they are not omniscient. They can't possibly be aware of every contradicting circumstance that may be created when they make a contract. Wow, that was a lot of Eris's health. You're hiding something that you desperately need to keep hidden. You even went as far as to knock out Celeste before we could get that information from her. Oh, really? No. You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste memories. Oh! Of course! It's not her actual name! Ha! She would have signed as Celeste McCoy. Celeste never... That's not her real name, is it? But the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest. Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Leif Frager. How are you so sure that her testimony is reliable? It's supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Azakabeus. They were all together at the same time. Their testimony is sound. Oh, really? Looks like you've made a contradiction. What? And that illusion. Oh. Leif Frager, Miriam Frager, and Lazarek encountered an illusion, and that illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. So says the word of Asmodeus. What? An illusion? What kind of illusion? Who knows? My statement still stands. You can't just expect us to accept your claim without any evidence. I can't speak lies, Tyrion. But they encountered an illusion. Like, at some point, they've all encountered an illusion at some point in their lives. It's the wiggle room you have with that one. Every statement that comes out of my mouth has to be true. I don't need any proof. In this court, the only thing that matters is what is true and what is false. And the word of Asmodeus says that Leif's testimony is unreliable. Damn it. She can just say whatever she wants without providing any context. But she only said that Leif was tricked. She didn't specify the exact time. Is there something else that proves Leif? Who's Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Oh, maybe. With him at 150. Perhaps it's a. I'll run through everything. Supposedly Leif's testimonies. There were traces of illusion magic at the imply that someone hid themselves from the ritual. Perhaps.
Ah, yes. Regardless of when it happened, Nathan, her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that?
I won't deny it.
Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they set it to trigger whenever Asta approached his father's body. It didn't trigger until 2 p.m. Leif and her party were about to search for Beatrice when the King's Guard informed them of what happened. And mind you, the King's Guard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leif was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time. And once again, you're predicating that on Asta's testimony. Not just that, Eris. Several members of the King's Guard were witness to this. True, and that is why I'll respond with this. An activate force cage to not trap Asta the Wyvern Guard during or after 1:50 m. So says the word of Asamotus. But how? Testimonies came from multiple people. Are you saying that the trap sprung earlier than that? Don't you remember, Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of who have a blood contract with me. But I'll give you a little clue. The Empress of Discord made contract with multiple knights of the King's Guard. So what? I tampered with their memories. You can't trust the accounts of what happened. How many people did you make contracts with? Lady Steelwood has been investigating my work for the last few months. I've had my talents in Wyvern Guard for far longer than that. I've been preparing for this for quite some time. But even the King's Guard, no one is safe from temptation. Everyone has a price. Your little girlfriend should know that better than anyone. Still, there has to be something. I still have more evidence. Oh, really? Whose testimony will you be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts. Even so, you can't possibly have made a contract with everyone there. Let's check that again, shall we? Is it possible that I have a blood contract with everyone? Are you kidding me? But you only said it's possible. You never said it actually happened. You're the one disputing my contract, Tyrion. Burden of proof is on you. That's completely ridiculous. How can I possibly dare verify that statement? It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who was at that cathedral.
You know he can't do that. If he gets even one... If he gets it wrong once, he'll die. That sounds like your problem then. More like your problem than mine. Damn it. Nothing to say, Tyrion? Isn't this the part where you present some ground-pasting evidence? As long as her statement stands, you have to doubt every piece of evidence you've gathered. Everyone at the cathedral could have been... Except... Asta, I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you. I suppose you're right. So are you going to use his testimony? He couldn't have observed much from within that force cage. Do you understand now? You were never meant to win this game. But I give you points for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun game and I truly mean that. Tyrion. Well, there has to be something you could use. But all the clues you've gathered could potentially be lies created by her. They're useless against her. Tyrion, you have to say something. You can feel your strength fading fast. It's as if you're being pulled into eternal sleep. This has always been a contest of willpower. And I think his finally run out. No. You recall what happened during Beatrice's trial. Your mother gave you the knowledge you needed to win. She did it before. Could she save you again? Mom, please. I need your help. Please, just tell me what to do. You hear nothing back. No. It appears you're truly alone now. You knew this was a long shot, but you still held out hope. You just wanted to protect Celeste, and you really thought you could do this. But Eris is a being who wraps herself in layers upon layers of lies. She has the power to make you doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even your hard evidence, could be fabrication. How could you possibly argue against someone like that? It's not fair. It's not fair, Miss Timora. They're not even bothering to investigate the crime properly. Well, of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit that my client is innocent. How are you so calm right now? Is this what it's always like? How are you supposed to win like this? They can just keep changing the narrative however they want. They can. That's exactly how they'll beat them. What? Look, Cuthbert. Almost every part of this system is against us. But there's one advantage we have over the prosecution. And that's pure objective logic. Logic? Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses. And they use those things to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts into it. They tell the court that everything within the box is the truth. And conversely, that makes everything outside of it a lie. But how does that help us? You point out contradictions in their case. That makes them throw out more and more facts into the box to keep their case consistent. But if even one fact is in the box is false, the entire thing falls apart. But surely they realize what you're doing, right? What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything to this box? Well, you can force them to. What? You can present your own truths. You can force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you can control what goes into the box. This all sounds so complicated. I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of it. Don't worry. You've always been a sharp kid. I know you'll do great things. So don't give up. I can present my own truths. Eris's case hinges on when Beatrice disappeared. And she changed Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier. Which could only mean Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 PM. What was that? I said...
This is far from over.
Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 PM. So says the word of Horace. What the hell? You feel yourself filled with radiant power of the Eye of Horus. With its power fully unleashed, you feel the divine energy of the upper planes coursing through you. Tyrion, you have wings. Wait, really? You frantically turn around, only catching glimpses of the spectral wings on your back. You spin around for a moment until you realise that your feet aren't even touching the ground anymore. What did you just do? I became a Celestial. Which means... No. I also can't tell lies. In any other situation, that would be a handicap. But here, that finally puts me on equal footing with you. Why won't you just die already? You tried to everything you could to break me. You drove a wedge between me and Ruby. You even manipulated Celeste into betraying me. But I'm still standing, Eris. Well, you're all flying, but... I mean... I think you might be a little out of your depth right now. I have lived 1,000,000 of your pathetic lifetimes. And you think I'm out of my depth? I am the Empress of Discord, ruler of the Sixth Circle of Hell. I am a god! She doesn't know, Tyrion. What the hell are you laughing about? Whether you are man, king, or god, I won't let anyone stop me from reaching the truth.
you're so graciously bared your soul to me, I guess I should do the same. I wanted to break your spirit in this form, all so I could keep things fair and interesting. But you know what? Right now, I just want to see you die. What? What happened? Celeste? I'm here. I can't wait to tear you both apart. Wow, all of... So this is where the budget went. I kid, but... Like, that's an animated thing. What? What is that? Did you two honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? Occupation Lord of the Sixth. No, I am an ancient one. I am older than time itself. It feels liberating to break free from that weak mortal shell. So this is what you really look like. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever you are, whatever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back. Kick her ass, Tyrion! I'm going to carve out your souls without them in the fields of Malbolge. Fate challenged. You need to be careful. You're bound by the same rules as her now. You can't tell lies in this form, even accidentally. Alright. Why don't we pick up where we left off? I've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2 p.m. I wonder why would you go to so much trouble to make me do that? When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:42 p.m. From the axiom you declared, you know, Beatrice didn't... That's what they're called? You know Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Why didn't Eris change Celeste's memories? Eris clearly changed Celeste's memories, but for what purpose? Eris needed Celeste to believe a lie. The events occurred earlier. I believe you needed Celeste to think that the events happened much earlier. Staying quiet, that would work this time. Celeste McCoy remembered the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horace. Ooh, that's big health ball. Okay. Nothing to say, you can't stay quiet forever. I didn't need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. And is that not what happened? That may be true, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So says the word of Horus. Could be Carrick Pierce dying. Ooh, I need to be careful. Right. The purple mark. Nope, that's nothing. It's a good amount that just doesn't have much to do. It's fads. Woods. Pendium. He would. Transmutation, traces of conjugation. Yeah, there is a lot of just testimony, isn't there? Huh? Died at 2:45. Cause of death was blood loss. A shot of frozen liquid was. Maybe the only thing I could think of. We have to be very careful. Chat. We have to be incredibly. False move. Where's the sleep spell? Oh, there it is. Duration while concentrating. Garrick Pierce died. Wouldn't that be great? If the reality was Gerka's died. Oh. This is... Found unconscious. Maybe the knights came in. So it says that. Oh, could be that autopsy. But me. Oh, yeah. Venticate that required Aristage. It was the death of Lloyd von Sanctus. Perhaps. Because if the timeline maybe. Oh, I'm going silent because I'm thinking. Okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah, so if Lloyd wants, you need to, if it was earlier than, because he died before 2 p.m. Well, a little after, but it takes longer to suffocate than he would have been attacked at like
It's because Lloyd von Ster's death occurred at 2:05 p.m., which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Arya into signing another contract. All in the span of 5 minutes. If that's true, could it be possible that Celeste isn't the patron? What? It's the only logical conclusion. The timeline is far too short. Even if you remember very Phoenix, right? Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Aerith? Your desperation is almost pitiful. I should respond so that there's no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy was the person who gave Arya Steelwind that blood contract. So says the word of Asmodeus. I knew it. Is something wrong? But I know the truth, but I know the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but truth. Celeste did betray Arya's trust. She's always speaking in technicalities, so you can't take that claim at face value, so like physically give it to them. This could be a trick. You could declare outright that Celeste is not the patron, but if you're wrong about it, you'll most definitely die. You need to be certain before you decide to declare it. Okay, let's assume Celeste isn't the patron. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? Had you already concluded that the blood contract was disguised as a legal document? Or a marriage document? You recall something happening, but it's muddled. What was it? Celeste? Oh, dropped is an option. Arya dropped. The contract in front of Celeste. As she awkwardly skitters away, you see something fall out of her pocket. Oh, wait, Arya, you dropped your runestone. She picks it. It accidentally activates it. An image of evidence appears. I love the lighting, by the way. Of evidence appears for a brief moment, but she quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek. Oh. Oh, I see. Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that. Don't be like that, I'm really happy for you. She definitely handed that contract to her after it was signed. That doesn't necessarily mean that she's not the patron either. Is something wrong? You look conflicted. No, from the very beginning, she's been trying to get into your head. She thrives on doubt and mistrust. But you've already known from the very beginning
Celeste would never portray Arya like that. Celeste McCoy is not the patron described in Arya Steelwood's blood contract. So says the word of Horus. Blood contract seems strange. Celeste McCoy saw... Yeah, okay, it's just an update. Even now you trust her that much? Oh wait, but that means... You didn't betray Arya, Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after the fact. She wanted to make you think that you did it. So, it's not my fault? It isn't. That has a far more unsettling implication. Someone else is the patron, but who? No, that's not important right now. You need to focus on saving Celeste for now. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed? Please. I thought you were an attorney. The contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance of and cooperation of Arya Steelwood. No further actions were necessary. She was already under my influence by then. But that means nothing. But that means none of this is her fault. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Neither Arya Steelwood nor Beatrice Vega was directly responsible for the death of Garrick Pierce. Ooh. So says the word of Asmodeus. Right. There's still the death of Pierce. It doesn't matter who's responsible for the massacre as a whole. All that matters is the validity of the contract. You act like you're in control of this situation, but you've been nervous ever since I began disputing your contract. You're hiding something, aren't you? Who could say for sure? Second paragraph is vague, but what about the first of third paragraphs? Something is off here. Wait. Is it possible that I didn't die? Are you still in denial? I thought you were ready to die to save your beloved Celeste. Answer the question, Eris. We can't trust Celeste's memories. That memory where she confirmed my death could be a fabrication. If you're still holding on to the hope that you'll survive this, let me state it plainly for you. Celeste McCoy did, in fact, observe that Tyrion Cuthbert was dead. I did not alter that memory. So says the word of Asmodeus. I'm sorry, Tyrion. How did you revive me, Eris? Do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead? Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. But if you doubt me, why don't you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died? Knowing her, she could be baiting you into telling a lie. It's equally likely that she's bluffing. If you still doubt that I resurrected you, I state this. Beings of my power are able to resurrect from the dead, but so says the word of Asmodeus. If you're saying that, must be true. Interpret. Why would you specify? Why would you specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Aranath be able to resurrect a person from the dead using the contract? Let me save you some trouble for them. I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easy. So says the word of Horus. That's not the same as saying was it possible for me to do it? But it would require a large amount of effort on your part. Perhaps. But recall my previous declarations. Celeste was there. And by all accounts, she concluded you were dead. How thoroughly did you check me? I have experience with first aid, and it was pretty bad. You were breathing and your heart was stopped. She tried to resuscitate you for several times, but to no avail. Right, there's no way your body could survive that long without oxygen and blood flow. And Eris just confirmed that Celeste spent minutes trying to resuscitate you. But there has to be more to this than you're seeing. What could have created this scenario? Spells, feigned death. I remember getting feigned death. Neat. It's a neat-ish spell. Feigned death. Yeah, I looked at it. So neat. Who had it actually? That's a curious question. I want it. Feigned death. Oh, Beatrice. You must have been able to resurrect me. But you had a far easier way to create that scenario. Luckily for you, Beatrice was there under your control. Are you saying that Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead? No, the opposite is actually true. Beatrice cast feigned death on Tyrion Cuthbert. So says the word of Horus. What? I'm sorry, Celeste. But I was never dead. She just used a spell to trick you. No. So everything I did... it was for nothing. But that means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place. contract only said that he was apparently dead. All I did was revive him. By making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up. Well, that eliminates the first paragraph as a possible weak point. Which leaves paragraph 3. Her own volition. Leaves the death of Carrick Pierce at Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding? Whatever could you be talking about? Your contract says, by her own hand. Since you wrote that contract, that must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you want to stay quiet, I'll just... All of this could be an elaborate trick to bait you into making a false statement. You need to be careful. You need to find out exactly what went wrong. Is it possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrick Pierce? Are you serious? He's the man who killed her adoptive father, and he was slated to be executed next month. She didn't have a rational reason not to trade his life for yours. Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that would be a hard choice for me. There isn't a single reason why I wouldn't take that deal. She may have wanted to, but something else might have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed him against your wishes. You're making this so tedious. Neither the Empress of Discord, Arya Steelwind, nor Beatrice Freyga killed Garrick Pierce. Well, what if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed that contract already, so you had control of her. That contract states she needed to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency. Do you honestly think I'd make a foolish mistake like that? Celeste McCoy had complete control of her actions when Pierce died. Wait, what if someone else killed Pierce on accident? Maybe a King's Guard who survived entered the prayer room. Try again, Tyrion. It's not an accident. It was intentional, committed with malice. And while I'm at it, the Empress of Discord, Celeste McCoy, Tyrion Cuthbert, Beatrice Freyga, and Arya Steelwind were the only people in the prayer room with Garrick Pierce when he died. No. I'd refute any possible explanation you may have for Pierce's death. But the truth is, Tyrion, Carrick Pierce's death occurred because of Celeste McCoy's actions. No. Have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you? I can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that. Huh? What? You never throw consecutive declarations at me like that. You've never thrown it like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You could freely manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened. And I don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. Only person who could tell me that was you. What? You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories. But all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrick Pierce died. And now I can figure out what actually happened. Who killed Garrick Pierce? You wouldn't let him have the satisfaction. Oh, where's the man? Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. No, stop this. I'm not sure what could possibly drive him to do something like that. But when he was in the prayer room, Garrick Pierce chose to take his own life. What? You know what that means, don't you, Eris? For the sake of it, I'll state it in a way that makes it abundantly clear. Stop this! Stop this right now! Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. So says the word of Horace. The conditions of your contract were impossible to fulfill. That renders it legally and logically invalid. That's checkmate, Eris. You filthy little... Contract nullified. You're back. Does that mean you... I successfully nullified Celeste's blood contract. You look in your satchel and check the place where you've been keeping her contract. Only file... It's quite after. It appears to have... It's completely disintegrated. But you're alive. You're still alive. How? You... At first, you think she's still glaring at you, but then you realise... Me? You little bitch! I could have accepted losing to you where heaven's born, but you... What are you talking about? Tyrion's the only one that beats you. Wait, I remember what really happened now. Tyrion, please wake up. You can't die. It appears he's quite dead. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around. I was right about you all along. I should have never trusted you. I like your enthusiasm. But there's still something you could do to save him. What? What is this? Do you feel that pit of dread in your chest? It's the same fear my dad felt after you stabbed him. And with his life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste. I can't. What? Oh my god. What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this. He never has to know, Celeste. I could protect you from his Eye of Horus. That doesn't matter. I can't do it, it's just... The man literally killed your adoptive father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You've killed a lifetime of people. What's one more person? I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard. Don't misunderstand me. Right now, I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. But Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. That part of him is so wonderful and so beautiful. I could never portray those ideals. Not even if it's to save him. You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd seriously sacrifice him for one of his idiotic ideals. I won't do it. I'm not going to sign that contract. Contract? Ah, I see now. What? So you're his little consort, aren't you? Figure. Damn it. Wait, get out of the way, you idiot. Drop the weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid. The only stupid one here is you, bastard. You should have known from the beginning. No matter what you choose, they were never going to let me live. They? But if I'm fated to die, then it's going to be on my terms. Wait, stop! I'll see you all in hell. Damn it. Menace. Are you trying to heal him? It's too late. He aimed straight for his heart. No! Come on, you waste of human flesh, wake up! He still needs you to be alive. What the hell did you just do? Pierce is dead. I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back. No! No, 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 no! Pierce was dead anyways, so I could catch her on a technicality. I never realized what I actually did. You signed a faulty blood contract. You ruined everything. And where do you get off acting like you're any better than them? What? Ideals? Righteousness? give me that. I could have accepted losing to Tyrion. But you're human, you're a goddamn killer. All of you are rotten to your disgusting cause. You would all tear out each other's throats if I gave you the smallest reason to. Tyrion is the only one here with a trace of the Celestials' self-righteousness, morality. If that's what you think of them, you really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. Tyrion. And it has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or if she's a human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris. Is that so? Let me ask you a question, Eris. Did you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother? What? So you figured that out, did you? When you went on that little tirade about killing Heavensborn, I had a feeling. But how does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother and ruined your life is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say? Say something, damn it. I think all I feel for you right now is pity. Oh, that's rich. You pity me? Your existence is an infinitesimal blip in my eternal existence. And yet you put all of this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? Did it satisfy you at all? I bet you didn't even feel anything when you killed my mother. It was just another drop of evil into your empty soul. I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't. Oh, is that right? What if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction? Of course Demons can't tell lies, Eris. You can't lie to us. And you can't lie to yourself. No, that can't. That's why I pity you. You were fated to be evil for the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity so much. You envy us. What did you just say? You're envious of humanity. You don't grow. You don't change. You can't become a better version of yourself. You're right. Your existence will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil. And you'll be eternally unsatisfied. And that's why you envy us. Because you'll never be free from that fate. That is completely... You can't say it, can you? You can't refute my claim because it would be a lie. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel any satisfaction from killing you. But I'm going to try. Oh. Arrogant witch. Well, I suppose that solves that. Although, she'll definitely be back one day. When she does, I'll be ready. For now, let's be satisfied that we've finally discovered what happened. Oh, right. About that. Are you serious? After all that, we still don't know who the patron is. At this point, I'm just glad Miss McCoy wasn't the true mastermind behind this. Speaking of which, now that I've nullified her contract, Celeste should finally have her true memories back. I do remember what happened, but it's still really fuzzy. I've really been trying to remember what was on Arya's contract when I caught a glimpse of it. But I think that's the memory Eris manipulated the most. It's possible that she will need some time to recover from the Empress's demonic influence. But we don't have that kind of time. That demon, that damned demon led us around for the entire morning. But we lost nearly an hour due to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon. Right. We have less than 3 hours before every magical trace of the crime scene disappears. Could you try testifying? Whew. Maybe reviewing everything will help jog your memory. Okay, I'll do it. Miss McCoy, would you try to remember what happened during your business with the Empress of Discord? Oh boy. I'll try my best. I think I remember now. I went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 and we heard the commotion outside at 2:20 p.m. I saw Arya attacking the guards and I fought her for 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They've knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I realize now that Beatrice just cast feigned death on him. Anyways, Eris offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, Asta, the Inquisition, and the King's Guard showed up to arrest Arya. Aside from your conversation with Ilmater, that seems to match up with what we know already. It appears we'll simply need to wait for Celeste's memories to return. He's clearly not okay with leaving his daughter vulnerable until then. Even if there's nothing that apparently significant, I'd still like to cross-examine her. Go ahead then. Right, we know that for certain that the meeting was at 2 p.m. Yeah, she only changed my memories so she could trick us all. Considering that my memories were intact, she must have not had the power to change them. She never actually used her demonic powers to revive you. She merely had Beatrice release the famed death spell. Still can't believe I fell for that. Who did you see attacking the guards? Was it Arya or Beatrice? Wait. Hang on. It's just... Well... Okay, let's count the numbers. About... Fought for about 15 minutes. That that gives us to... 35. We're unconscious. Check. Trapped king. There was a glyph. Contingency set. So. How long does that spell work? Force cage. 1 hour. I thought it was 1 hour, yeah. Be kinda close. Don't want to... say anything. But it's the only thing I could think. I mean, there's no sense in not trying.
Objection!
Wait, what? The math, it doesn't quite work out. What is it? Celeste, are you sure that Asta showed up only a few minutes after Pierce died? Oh, yeah, then the math doesn't work up. Yeah, I remember that part pretty well. Eris seemed really worried about being seen by them. Have you figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert? It's just that... May I remind you we're extremely pressed for time. Stop wasting our time when... Celeste, Garrick Pierce died at 2:45 p.m. and Asta showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes after. Yeah? Where are you? Wait.
that raises a big question. How did Asta enter the prayer room around 2:45? When he should have been trapped in a force cage at 3 p.m. Till 3 p.m. Objection! Yay! Steve Jake. We are closing in on the end. Wait, you're not serious, are you? McCoy's memories are clearly unreliable. My men all reported his majesty. He led them to the prayer room after he exited the force cage. Normally that would be more concrete when compared to Celeste's testimony. But we can't trust their testimony. What are you talking about? While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Eris declared that she made contracts with multiple members of the King's Guard. What? They were working together with her. And if these contracts were structured similarly to Celeste's, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. This means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during questioning. To think even the King's Guard have been compromised. How could they let this happen? And even if we assume that he had somehow escaped an inescapable force cage, how did Asta know to head to the prayer room? I understand your point. But do you understand... Oh. But do you understand what you're implying? I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just stating the facts that we know. We know that a human, whether willing or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate this massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind. So much so that she didn't even think twice about signing the contract that he gave her. There's only one person who meets those criteria. Aston de Wyvernguard, the reigning king of our kingdom. And king, oh god, Jesus. Order! I will have order! Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of your accusation? To claim that the king collaborated with a demon in any capacity is no small thing. I do. But I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goals seem to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She made us believe that that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. I want to save Arya, but I also want to believe in the people who believed in me. If Asta has the information that can save Arya, we have to find it. Very well then. I suppose it's only right. Then, with everything that has transpired, that the king should make his truth known. I agree.
and I wouldn't have it any other way. Kingsguard, please escort His Majesty to the stand. Thank you for cooperating, Asta. Of course, I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert. I'm hoping you could shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Eris tricked you somehow and made you carry out that massacre. There has to be something we're not seeing, despite what the evidence points to. Evidence? You're referring to Celeste's testimony. Am I correct? I'm sorry to say this, but... Are you sure we can trust her testimony? We can trust her now. She's no longer under the effects of a blood contract, which you claim no longer exists. But only you have the power to manifest them in the first place. What are you getting at? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I suppose what I mean is... After... Oh, did he really... After everything that just happened, how can we trust you? What? You disappeared for quite some time. To who knows where. And the only person who knows who was there with you was Celeste and a demon who can clearly alter people's memories. Oh jeez. Isn't it a little convenient that she was burnt to a crisp almost immediately after your return? She said it multiple times that didn't. She said it multiple times that didn't actually kill her. And now you're singling me out as the patron, the one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil. If that demon made you into her puppet, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted? That's right. How do we know this Heaven's Lord can be trusted? We've all heard the stories. He's practically dissident. For all we know, he could be an agent of theocracy. You can feel the room turning against you. Even the Scaled Lord looks wary. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you after everything you've done. But I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory. And what's that? Use your divine edict on me, just like you've done several times before. If I truly was in league with that demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It will appear even if I was made to forget about it. Wait, that's right. We already tried that and it didn't work. Which means that he definitely doesn't have a contract with her. Why aren't you doing it? I can't. I only tried and nothing happened. I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you care deeply for her. But we all saw Celeste's blood contract, and we heard her earlier confession. Not to mention, we have no way of knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Eris's influence. If Miss Steelwind is to be saved, we all must accept that what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but I think this trial came to its conclusion, don't you, Your Grace? Damn it, he's even got the Scaled Lord on his side. Even if it's against you, he raises a lot of good points. Is he acting with malice, or is he just being careful? Come on, think, Tyrion. We just proved my blood contract wasn't valid. But the one who made Arias commit those murders is still out there. Maybe you've been thinking about this the wrong way. Eris found ways to trick people into signing blood contracts before, so she wouldn't necessarily need a blood contract to trick Asta into accidentally helping her. Question isn't whether Asta knowingly did this or not. Question is, what part of the plan required Asta's physical involvement? Asta was tricked to signing the blood contract. He needed to trick Arya into signing the contract somehow. But you've seen how she is around him. That would have been very hard to do. No, Arya may be a lovesick disaster around him, but she's still an attorney. She would have been very careful to read any contracts she signed. We deduced earlier that her blood contracts was disguised as a normal legal document. And I remember when you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her. Declaration of marriage. It's a marriage. I'm really trying, but I just can't remember what I saw. But if I was teasing her, it was probably related to a relationship with Asta. It's marriage. What did Arya think she was signing? I'm sorry. I know that doesn't really narrow it down. No, that's exactly the clue I needed. Really? Signed a marriage license. Asta, there is one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this. Really? The patron controlled Arya and committed each of the murders without having to do anything personally. But this was all contingent on tricking her into signing that contract in the first place. I recall that you went to a meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. It was to discuss your marriage with Arya, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. Asta, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document. But I just realized something while reading it. The language used made sense under a different context. In that contract, Arya gave her mind, body, and soul. It would bind her to you so long as you both live. Wait, are you saying... No. Till death do us part. Till death do you part.
Objection!
That's a big leap in logic for you. Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. The demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of signing it. I doubt they would have left any copies of the marriage license to be found. Indeed, bringing such a heavy accusations against the High Speaker or the King will require more than just speculation. First he dares to call the King to testify, now he's trying to indict the High Speaker. He's a traitor to the nation. I have more than speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy of it. But your divine edict only recreates the terms of the blood contract, not the material it was written on. The original wouldn't be visible on your copy. That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Asta. What? Don't you know how I knew about the blood contract? Every attorney has a magical rune stone. They let us take pictures of the crime scene and write down notes magically. Yes, I'm well aware of them. And did you know how Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed? What? She was so happy to finally have your union codified that she took a picture of your marriage license. Even though it was technically illegal to do so. Why would she? The moment she regained consciousness, she thought she was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in a prison with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. But had she simply left any of those anti-magic field and checked her runestone, she would have found a picture of her marriage license with the same words as her blood contract. So I'll ask you this, Asta. Who gave that marriage license to her? Was it you or the High Speaker? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. No. So it really was you? Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert. Do you know what the best kind of lie is? The kind that's hardest to disprove. No, not quite. It's the kind where you won't even try. Best kind of lie is the one you don't want to believe in. The truth could be right in front of you, but will make you look away. If I recall correctly, Miss McCoy made you experience that firsthand. Your Majesty, what are you on about? I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to this, and Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyways. It was always going to end this way, I suppose. Perhaps I was just lying to myself. You! Your Highness, no. Asta, you whelp! Are you saying it was you? You used my daughter to mass murder? I did, Lucio. What of it? How could you? And what right do you have to judge my actions, oh great-scaled lord? I was only cleaning up the mess you created. If it weren't for Eris's little games, I would have done it in a much cleaner manner. Pardon me? No, I think I'll be pardoning myself. You can't be serious. I am the King of Wyverngard, am I not? Is that not right? You're insane. Tell me, does this terrify you all? To know I can do whatever I please with no one who can stop me? Is this not what you've all been doing to the rest of this country? Do you seriously expect to get away with this? I do. Who has the power to stop me? Scaled Lord? Yes, exactly him. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours. I didn't ask who could stop me, but who was going to stop. What? Why aren't you either of you saying anything? Yes, Rathleon. Have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom fares when a child sits on the throne. Or would you take the throne yourself? You spent all those years huddled away in this ruined city. I am certain you know exactly what problems the nation is facing and what it needs to right itself. Rathleon, I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I came here to do what was best for people. I may not know the best course of action before me, but I know with painful certainty that it is not to seize control of this nation. I will not take responsibility again, nor will I thrust the responsibility onto those who would not have it. Not really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try to dispose me? The beloved prince, now king of Wyvern? Or did you remember that people of this nation love me and hate you? I hear you're very skilled at arguing, Tyrion, but I doubt you could make the public see that is anything other than a military coup. Can you imagine Grand General Lucio deposing the new king of Wyvern before the previous king's body is even interned? I wonder just how many of a bloody civil war I wonder just how bloody of a civil war that would plunge this nation into. And even if Lucio doesn't have difficulty crushing the commoners, I am sure you can imagine just how tempting a weakened Wyvern would look to the other nations. Damn it, by killing Sybil von Sanctus, he left a power vacuum only he can fill. Aston, you're holding an entire kingdom hostage. I am merely consolidating power where it belongs. In the hands of a kind and benevolent ruler who is finally going to fix this nation. You murdered several people, consorted with demons, and enslaved your fiancé. Yeah, far from it. I'm sure that to you my actions may seem evil and unforgivable, but the rest of what them and the Wyvern nobility, I very much doubt I'm even the first to do such a thing. This is just politics. I think that makes checkmate, Cuthbert. I can't believe it. I always wanted to say that. What are you all doing? Are you just going to let him get away? Lucio, she's your daughter. Are you just going to let him keep control over her? My daughter would not sacrifice this. stability of Wyvern God for her freedom. You know that to be true. That's... He killed so many people. He enslaved Arya. He almost killed you. And he tried to kill me. Wait a minute, that's right. Why did he try to kill you? What do you mean? If Asta is the patron, that means Pierce originally sent the letter to him. Kingdom Wyvern God just recently died. Wait, what if Celeste was a member of the royal family? Even if McCoy was of royal blood, Asta is the king's eldest child, and he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances. If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have any claim to the throne. So why would he go to so much trouble to kill Pierce and you? Maybe he just wanted to make sure? But he could have had Eris kill Pierce personally if it wasn't important. He needed both you and Pierce to die during the massacre. Which means you two were just as important targets as Von Sanctus and Sybil. But my potential claim to the throne would be the only reason why he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why is he so scared? Why'd he be so scared of Pierce's blackmail? Would the line of succession be the only reason why he'd be scared of Celeste's parentage? Recall what you remember about Wyvern Guard's laws regarding parentage. Was there something someone mentioned about that? You recall a conversation you had with her. Despite everything. Wait, yeah, that's about the... We've given him a political... rivals that of the king. To be honest... Oh my god, is she related to the Scaled Lord? Wait, the Scaled Lord and his king can override the king's rule? Wait. Holy! A flood of memories come back to you. Celeste McCoy, by the authority of the Wyvern God Crown, you're under arrest. Noticing the commotion, 3 other knights rush to grab her and begin dragging her away. She kicks and screams against them, desperately trying to break free. Even between the 3 knights, it's taking all their strength to subdue her. But I know more than one spell. I actually just learned a few new spells today. I'm sorry, spells? Is it plural? How long did it take you to learn these spells? A few hours, I think. she learned multiple spells within a few hours. Ah, so you come from the humble beginnings that I do. Which spells have you mastered? I haven't really mastered any of them. I know about 7 spells, though. 7? That's almost as many. That's almost 4 times the amount that I know, and I figured out it was 2 for her. She learned even more spells? She's picking them up rather quickly. Make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. This can't be real. What is it? What is it, Tyrion? It's absolutely crazy, but it also makes a lot of sense. Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic. She inherited it all from him. Are you okay? You got really pale all of a sudden. Once you revealed this, there's no going back for her. Do you even have the right to do this to her? No. Arya's freedom rides on this. As much as it pains you, this is the only way to save her and Wyvern. I'm sorry, Celeste. What? What are you apologizing? What I'm about to do will change your life. Your entire life. Possibly in a way you don't want it to. It will place an unimaginable responsibility on your shoulders. But it's the only way to save Arya and stop him. So I'm sorry, but please forgive me for doing this. Do you think one little life-changing event could ever change how I feel about you? Are you sure? I owe you and Arya for what I did. But this is... We need to do this to save Arya, right? Partly my fault she's in this situation. But if my life is really going to change because of this, promise me one thing. What is it? Take responsibility for what you're about to do. Of course. I was always going to do that, regardless of what happened. Good. Are you two done flirting with each other? If you have nothing else to say, stop wasting all of our time. Asta? I know who Celeste's father is. Wait, really? What? No, you're bluffing. You have to be. Why don't we test our theory then? You said that no one could contest your rule of Wyvern aside from the Scaled Lord. There's one more person, isn't there? Only the Scaled. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Only the Scaled Lord has the political power to override the will of the king. And his king, Lucio. Yes, I suppose that's... Asta to Wyverngard, you needed Celeste to die during the massacre. It's because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule. Are you serious? People of the Wyvern Guard nobility. Your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of the Scaled Lord Rathion, ancient dragon and creator of all arcane magic. Judging from your reactions, I'm right, aren't I? I'm half dragon? Well, I'm apparently half angel, so you're in good company. So that demon was speaking the truth. Aster to Wyvern Guard. As the Scaled Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she will take your place as the ruler of Wyvern Guard. Miss McCoy, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it takes to lead a nation, much less this broken one? You'll find this crown no less binding than any blood contract. Just tell me one thing, Aster. Why did you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you. She could have changed Wyvern Guard. You could have changed Wyvern Guard together with her. And you could have done it all without having to do any of this. Is that what you really think? I suppose you wouldn't. You probably also think that Tyrion is the first person to try to change this nation while still working within its laws. There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law. My father was like that too. He was a man of ideals. Once. I watched for him for my whole life as he was forced to compromise on everything he believed in. One ideal after another. It was to keep the peace. We must maintain stability between the noble houses to uphold law and order. Do you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, not any of the nobles gathered here. No, the people who paid the price were the common folk. The people you two were always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. I'd have thought that you, out of everyone, could have understood why I did this. We know it's not fair, but we are capable of changing it. And you had the power to do just that. I am changing it! You worked so hard to find the truth behind Von Sanctus and Sybil's murders. But here's a little bit of truth. It's evident to everyone in this room except you two. Half of the people present here today are glad they're gone. And the other half wants to be the one to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for this kingdom than you two would have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working with demons and killing your way to a brighter future? If I have to, why not? Every day across this nation, commoners are killed and oppressed as very nobles are gathered here. They bleed this country dry and they feed on its people like carrion. I am merely returning to a much needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in a position to judge me? All of you who came running at the news of my father's death. Also, you could be the first to fill my ears with sycophantic praises. Do you know what the difference between the Empress of Discord and all of you is? That demon was just a bit more honest. Arya wanted to change that. She would have helped you. Arya was too stupid, too naive to do anything. She loved you. How could you? She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and infectual prince who would have born watching his kingdom rot with a damn smile. She loved your kindness, Asta. This is kindness. The blood I will spill will be the greatest kindness this kingdom will ever have known. And once I am done, Wyvern God will be better and stronger for it. Asta. McCoy, I don't care what you are. Scaled Lord's daughter, the rightful heir, none of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people, and I will carve the rot out of its heart piece by bloody piece. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Asta de Wyvern God, King of Wyvern God, and consort to the Lord of the Sixth. I am nothing but a dead man. Fullness. Lucio. What? No. Lucio, what have you done? The blood contract, Cuthbert. What? My daughter's blood contract, does it still exist? You check your satchel. Sure enough, Arya's blood contract is completely disintegrated. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? Because they no longer both live. Excellent. Lucio, this This is not what we discussed. My daughter would never have been free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. That was always how it was going to be in the end. Lucio, you can't seriously expect to... Save your breath, Cuthbert, I already know. Kingsguard? What are you standing around for? The Grand General has just committed regicide. Arrest him at once. I suppose that's that, then. But this isn't something to celebrate. I'm compelled to agree. To think His Majesty would so far gone that he'd consort with a demon. Also, he could save the common folk. Regardless of his actions, he did have the same goals as you. He truly wanted to make things better for the common folk. Even with the Eye of Horus, he never caught a hint of pain. Hint of the pain he must have been feeling. He closely guarded his true emotions from everyone, including Arya. No wonder Eris was able to manipulate him. You, of all people, know exactly how easily she can exploit someone's emotions. Nevertheless, it's apparent there's no need for this trial to continue. Although it's clear our work is only just beginning. Court is adjourned for the time being. You're all set free to return to your homes. However, I'm sure there's still much for each of us to discuss. Many things have changed here today. I'm sure many of us will need to make arrangements to adapt. Until then, please refrain from discussing the events of the day outside these halls. This goes without saying, but we must keep today's events a secret from the public, at least for now. You all exit the Scaled Lord's Lair. Considering everything that's happened, this should feel like a victory. Arya was saved, Eris was vanquished, temporarily at least. And the patron no longer lives. Hey. Hi. We won, didn't we? So why does this feel so... Yeah, I feel the same way. He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us, and he used Arya like a puppet. But I really wish we could have changed his mind. Yeah. Sometimes people are beyond saving. And I think he made up his mind a long time ago. He knew what he was doing to Arya. And I And I can't think of any other way we could have truly freed her. I know. I just hope she's... Hello. I'm glad I found you before you left. You freeze up when you look at her. More specifically, you're a little disturbed by what the Eye of Horus is showing you. Oh, Arya. I'm so sorry, why are you apologizing? What? If it's about your testimony, I'm afraid I will need to charge you with perjury. Oh, right. Wait, seriously? Come on, I'm basically your boss now. No one is above the law. That was made apparent when she suddenly stops talking before she mentions his name. She doesn't trail off. Her voice doesn't even break. She simply stops as if she were a machine that ceased functioning. Arya? Anyways, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense counsel after all. Right. You really want to say something back, but you're too off-put to say anything. What are the thoughts? Anyways, I wanted to thank you for everything you've done, Mr. Cuthbert. I truly mean it when you have my gratitude. Yeah, of course. Anyways, I have much work to get done now that the Brad General is in custody. I'll be taking my leave. Yeah. What was that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her? I didn't see anything around through the Eye of Horus. She must be subconsciously guarding her emotions. I guess I don't really blame her. No, Celeste, I didn't see anything. What? I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. And even with that, I saw nothing. There was no anger, no sadness, no... Oh God. Fear, no joy. I've used the Eye of Horus, the eye to see the emotions, a countless amount of people. But I've never seen that before. It was like I was looking at a machine. Yep, it's still working. But you're right. I should have said something. I'm going to... As you chase after her, Celeste stops you. Do you mind if I talk to her? What? Are you sure? Yeah. We actually hang out a lot outside of the trials. I think he might respond better to me. You remember that the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Alright, I suppose I'll let you handle it. Well, I heard Dad did kill her fiance for her. Once again, you remember comforting the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Just, you know, keep it verbal. What? Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. Just go. Alright, you weirdo. Looks like you've got the acquittal of yet another client. Doesn't quite... But it didn't tie up quite so neatly as you hoped. What do you mean she's gone? She was just there. I'm sorry, Your Grace. You may not know what the future has in store for the two of you, but that's okay. You have a feeling that as long as you have her, no, as long as you have everyone, you can begin forging your own path. A path that is completely chosen by you this time. Damn it, Arya, where are you? Oh, hello. My apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you. No, it's fine. You're looking for Miss Steelwood, aren't you? Yeah, how'd you know? She's been sitting outside my lair for a while. I tried speaking to her, but... Yeah, I get it. I'm going to try talking to her. Of course. Rathion? Yes? I'm not mad at you, okay, you know. What? I'm not sure why you left me to be quite out. But because of that, I got to be raised by my dad and mom. And if I didn't live there, I would never have met Tyrion or Arya. I could never be mad about you giving me a life like that. Plus, now I know that I'm half dragon. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Miss McCoy. Don't be so formal. I'm technically your daughter. Your daughter, aren't I? Right, Celeste. So I've been meaning to ask. You and Miss Cuthbert, are you... Oh, wow, look how late it is. I'd better go talk to Arya right now. See you later, Scale Dad. I mean, Scale... just bye. She called herself my daughter. I suppose I understand how you feel now, Lucio. Hey, Arya. Oh, Celeste. What are you doing here? Just making sure you're doing okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me. You're looking up at the sky. Are you stargazing? I was looking at the moon. It's full tonight. you mind if I watch it with you? Do what you want. I technically take orders from you now. You know, it was a full moon. It was also a full moon outside on the night my parents found me in their inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's the word for heavenly bodies in the Draconic language. Is that so? Hang on. I like this picture, so I'm gonna just gonna screenshot it. Yeah, they told me that I was a gift from the Scaled Lords. In a roundabout way, they were actually kind of right. It's a little funny when you think about it. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember? You jumped onto the stand when Tyrion manifested my blood contract. Not that I blame him, but I don't think even he believed in me at that point. If you'd never have done that, who knows how this could have ended up. I really appreciate you doing that. You're a really good person, Arya. I was merely doing what I thought was right. Yeah. I guess that's what you've always done. You're not really going to charge me with perjury, are you? Of course I am. I was serious about that. Damn it. But we do require your help to hold the strict structure of the kingdom together. We won't sentence you to prison, but I might have you do some community service. Ugh, fine. I can live with that. My father told me I was being too lenient. But I can understand the position you were in. You put it. We all do stupid things for love, after all. Stupid. Arya? How could I be so stupid? Hey, you're not. I am. I'm a complete and utter fool. I knew about blood contracts after what happened to Beatrice. I'm an attorney for Lord's sake. I've read countless legal documents. When I signed that contract, I knew something was wrong. I was just so stupidly happy. That's not fair. No one could have expected him to do something like that. Now my father, he's gonna pay for my stupid mistakes. I'm sorry. Celeste, why did I trust him so much? He used me like a puppet. He was with my magic. He made me. I'm sorry, Arya. What he did to you was horrible. And I don't know how to make it better. But you're not alone, okay? It's not just me. Tyrion, your father, We're all here for you. So please, don't shut off your emotions from us. Thank you. Celeste, I've made a decision. What's that? Going to drop the charges of perjury against you. Wait, are we still on that? Mr. Cuthbert, I've spoken with my associates in the press. The story we have created should be printed as we speak. I don't like this. We're lying to the people of Wyvern about what really happened. Not to mention, this story paints me like I'm some kind of god. I understand your reservations, but Asta was right about how the common folk felt about him. If we told the people what actually happened, they would never believe it. They'd think his death was a part of some political conspiracy. And even with this cover story, we can't be certain that they still won't suspect that. Arya, should you be resting? Nonsense. I'm not going to... there it is. I'm not going to sit around and feeling sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes. She may be hiding her pain behind a smile, but she's not shutting down her emotions like before. Was Celeste able to get through to her? As much as it pains me, we should strive forth the virtues that Asta represented to the common folk. Wyvern Guard will gain more from the false virtues than the person that he truly was. Stability of our nation must be maintained if we're to if we're to move forward. If we must use the people's purity against them, then so be it. Arya. And as the newly appointed head of House Steelwind, I will also do my part to support your rule, as will the Scaled Lord. Celeste smiles in gratitude to their words, but she meekly glances at you expectantly. Do you even have to ask? I made a promise to you, didn't I? But it's not just us. I'll do my best to make sure that the rest of Wyvern Guard supports you too. Oh yeah, since you two patched things up, we could ask for Ruby's help. Ah, right, I forgot that I was supposed to meet with her this morning. I'll need to apologize to her about that. Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet? We had more important things to worry about. I'm sure she'll understand. Tyrion, the last time You saw her. You manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya. Don't worry, I'll explain everything everything to her once things quiet down. Tyrion, the story we fabricated is being printed right now. Everyone in Wyvern God is about to read it in the paper, including her. Oh. What's all this noise about? Have you heard? Have you been living under a rock, lady? Read the morning paper. The Scaled Lord has returned. What? Demonic attack claims lives of prominent figures? Chaos broke out yesterday during the private wedding of Arya Steelwind's Crown Prince Aster to Wyverguard. The surprise attack orchestrated by the malevolent demon a devastating loss was inflicted upon our kingdom, shattering the very foundations of our power and stability. The carnage left in the wake of this abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Among the fallen were Lady Caroline Sybil, Lord von Sanctus, and Lord Lucio Steelwind. Both King Oliver and Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to repel the foul monster, and while the profane demon was felled, defeated, the king and the crown prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle. However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from descending into disarray. The Scaled Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation. In a selfless act to maintain virtue, the integrity and unity of Wyverguard, the Scaled Lord anointed his holy daughter as the new Queen of Wyverguard. What? Oh, again with this Scaled Lord nonsense. This reeks of violent political coup. Whoever this new queen is, I bet she's just another rotten noble. It says there's a picture on her at the next page. Wait, what the after hearing about what happened, I won't ask you give me, but I want to atone. This is great. I will continue my studies in the art of conjuration. With the kingdom in disarray, it falls to people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh. Courtroom chitties? Oh, the small ones. We'd never be able to do this if it weren't for your investment in our cafe. I feel partially responsible for what happened. I can't read this fast. We'll just leave that. I can't read it out loud that fast. It's just not possible. Oh, that is Attorney of the Arcane. Oh, that was fun.
that was... I really enjoyed that. It is a great series if you want to check it out yourself. I highly recommend it. Great game. This is, ow, I'm a bit lost for words. I don't have moments like this. It's like, you gotta get him. I really love this game. And I think I'm gonna miss playing it on stream with you. Oh. Someday in the future, I would like to play an actual Ace Attorney game. I know Investigations is coming up soon, but I had to make a decision between that and Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda is... Honestly, I think Legend of Zelda has much of a longer... Oh, tracker! Back to gold, right? Tracker can dig for gold. We love Tracker. But yes, I highly... Oh. So I highly recommend this game. It would benefit from a, what's it called? It would highly benefit from a, Dylan Duck? That's a imagine having a name like that. It would highly recommend, it would highly benefit from witness testimonies having punishment to it. I can see the appeal of why it doesn't. Also, pressing isn't something that's nearly as needed in this as it is in Ace Attorney. Pressing is very much just not really an option that you don't need. Very rare that you actually need it. But it's nice to have. I suppose in this case it's more of a hint system. It'll give you more info on what it is. Oh, poor Al. Oh, poor Alec. Well, anyway, I hope you all enjoyed this game as much as I did. Oh, it's the crowdfunders. And anyway, I hope you like is on the topic of actual future stuff. Probably the next 2 weeks will all be Splatoon stuff. Splatoon non-stop. No, not 2 weeks. This week and rest of this week and what do you call it? Next week, because I think next week is the
Blackfest, and this week is the big run. Good. Truth is stranger than fiction. I credits just keep going, doesn't it? I just keep rolling. Beatrice. I very much enjoyed this. Oh, there's... Hey! Eris got that just deserves. Ah! He's grounded. Ah! Oh yeah. Yeah, that character existed. That was way back, jeez. Oh. What else? That's... oh, there's Rebus. Or the Scaled Lord. Honestly, I wish there were more Ace Attorney likes like this. Because, like, spells is just such an interesting avenue to go down. I am a little disappointed that 2 of them involved arcane constructs. But I do like the idea that its artificery was actually the murder cause, not the... A lot of stuff like the artificery is fun. Very clearly based on D&D rules. Oh, that's... Scaled Empress. Ah. I love Marika Tuna. Great character, really. Just great character all around. I love Janibios, they're all fun. Running through the credits. Credit to, like... There it is, there's the crowdfunders. Oh, hey, why did you bring me out here? You're not usually this secretive. Ooh. Come on. It's a surprise. Wait, is that a boat? Are you going to be okay? I thought you're really prone to motion sickness. Don't worry, I've done this plenty of times before. Alright, if you say so. Tyrion, it's pretty dark. Are you sure this is safe? Yeah. There will be plenty of lights soon. Soon? In about 3, 2, 1. Wow. Right on schedule. You knew this was happening? During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Aranax become extremely potent. A lot of the business here take advantage of this to charge the arcane power cells in their homes. And those effects are amplified when they do so, when they do it simultaneously. This is what happens when they synchronize with each other. It lights up the entire city. You're such a nerd. But it's beautiful, right? Yeah, it is. My mom used to bring me here before everything happened. You're the only other person I've ever shown this to you. Oh. I've really missed being able to spend time with you like this. Yeah, me too. It was so much more simpler when you were just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. But now you're this... But now I'm this... Gale Lord's daughter and you're the lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other. But at least we're together now. And you have something to remember when we're apart. This is so sweet. I love him so much. Yeah. What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste. What do you... Oh, it's been so long I forgot to... Is something wrong? She's always had a habit of teasing you. So you can't help but enjoy putting her on the other end for once. I didn't really mean... No, I didn't mean it, but... I know this is a really rude thing to say, but I kind of hate the Eye of Horus sometimes. I love you too, Celeste. Oh, okay. You try to inch closer to her, but she's trying to avoid eye contact with you. But there is one way to make her meet your gaze. Tyrion, do you not want this? Of course I do. I think I've wanted this for a long time. I always find myself smiling like an idiot when we're together. I don't think I've ever felt this happy before. Your faces inch closer closer to each other. You two may never be able to go back to your old lives. But something like this makes everything worth it. You'll always keep your promise, right? No matter what happens. No matter where each of us goes, we'll go there together. Good. Sorry, this is all a bit much. A little too much. I'm feeling a little lightheaded. Take all the time you need. Right now, we have all the time in the world. Have you heard about what happened in Wyvern? Is that why you called me here? This could have been an email, Arch Sentinel. This is serious. How did we not know about this Tyrion Cuthbert? Keeping records of the Heavensborn is Lumina's responsibility, High Inquisitor. Frey Cuthbert was always a slippery one. Even you couldn't track her. And he's just one Heavensborn. Iliad. He brought the Lord of the Six to the court of bloody Azathoth. Do you have any idea of the amount of damage that they could have done to the multiverse there? Oh, great, multiverse. Oh. You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? The multiverse is intact. Everything is fine. Ilya, he has the Eye of Odin. What? I checked the data my drones collected. Those readings, they are exactly the same as the ones we gathered during our experiment with Frey. He wakened its power, albeit briefly. He did, in fact. He did it in front of the Lord of the Sixth. We must assume that the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well. Come on, it's not possible. Even you said it was impossible to manifest Odin's power on the mortal plane. The Lord of the Ninth has begun moving his forces. He knows, Ilya. You know better than anyone else. Nothing is impossible when the House of Horrors is involved. Alright, you win. I'll look into this. Exercise discretion. If you ever find out about what we did with Frey, I know it could mean war with Wyvern. Ilya? It could mean war with the entire Outer Plains. To be continued? Oh. Sequel plate?
Well, that's an interesting development. I didn't see that coming. I thought this was going to be a standalone game. Not that I'm complaining. I would love to see more of Tyrion Cuthbert in action. Well, jeez. Anyway, on that note, I need to pack up the stream there. I will see you tomorrow for Tuesday. Catch you on the flip side. Yeah.